Пуль-пуль-пуль. Продовжуємо. Закінчуємо з локацією. І будемо йти до Дал-Ріадців. Там називається локація Трон мечів, чи якось так. Вопрос. Нормально. Нормально. Пу-пу-пу. Пицца человечности. Закінчимо тут задання, ми сейчас з побочками. Дальше. Моя магія. Пуль-пуль. Пуль-пуль. Так, як нам злізти і не розбитися? Михалич. Михалич, виходь. Виходь. Поздороваться хочу. Ты козел, я знаю это. Блять, вас двое. Слушай, камень. Не, щоб щось полезне.
My, what a lovely mortal he sent my way. Oh, such a silly man, that Fedros. Does he truly think I can't tell what... I can smell him on you. The sharp stench of fear and the desperation of a mortal who knows his time is running out. And that cloying trace of hope, as if he truly believes some poor soul could... All his putrid human weaknesses cling to you like you're his last lifeline. It's truly pathetic. But of course, you could even say we're quite close. After all, I granted him, and in return, he promised me a small piece of his sad, mortal life. Only now it seems he's trying to weasel out. It's a bit insulting, don't you think? Ugh, mortals. I should have known better than to trust him. He swore to leave Avalon for 3 years, 3 months, and 3 days to serve me in my... Exactly! I can't understand why he's making such a fuss. Time here flies by so quickly. Unlike in the court, where a year can feel like a century. Oh, maybe he's not as foolish as I Knowledge, of course. A lofty dream of saving Avalon by filling it with monstrous beings. On the one hand, it sounds delightful. On the other, you see, in my realm, mortals can live as long as we wish them to. A few adjustments here and there, and they can serve us indefinitely. Yet you mortals always believe that death is your escape. Even though we tell you time and again that a deal once made cannot be Fedros thought it could work on Avalon too. He was only half right, which is why his results turned out rather beastly. Well, you take a creature that shouldn't be alive, yet is, and you combine it with the human spark that has such a relentless drive for survival. The results are quite curious. Part beast, part human, overall nothing that should ever grace this realm. Or any other, really. But he kept trying, that fool, and kept returning here, ranting that I tricked him and trying to break the deal. They were misery given form, driven by instinct and rudimentary intelligence. So, who knows? Maybe they were just regular mortals after all. I gave him the knowledge he craved. How he used it? That's not my responsibility, is it? Oh, my poor sweet thing. That's just how mortals are. Now, don't fret. I don't blame you for falling for Fedros' little ruse. In fact, how about I give you a little something, and you take it, then he can bear the consequences for trying to fool us both. Well, for starters, you get to leave here with all your limbs just as they are. But I can sweeten the deal. What do you mortals crave? Gold, isn't it? Well, actually, how about a lovely trinket? I'll even enchant it to protect that thin, fragile skin of yours. Ugh, honestly, I can almost see your blood pulsing through. Oh, wonderful. Here, take my eye. Bring it straight to Fedros. And don't worry, he'll be dealt with swiftly, and your reward will be waiting. Now, run along, little mortal.
Возьми мій глазик, пойди занеси йому. На його глазик мій сожрет. А нехуй було обманувати, козел. Брехунів ніхто не любить. Ось не хочеться ночі бігати, давай. Пульпу. Ідемо натовчемо йому кабіну.
You killed him! How could you? He was mine to punish, mine to torment. We had...
I'm sorry, but Fedros misled you. He belonged to the guild, which means his life and his services weren't his.
What? That can't be true. I never saw any of his supposed...
That's because he escaped our supervision and has been hiding from us ever since. Any deals he made in that time are void, and the punishment for disobedience is death.
You? Did you know about this? Of course not. Just once I'd like to meet a mortal who's not completely useless. Reward? I'm done dealing with mortals. With any luck, you'll all be dead in a century or so.
Охренеть. Ти нас винуватим зробив.
You're the one Fedros dragged. Apologies for the mess. I'm Elma, the alchemist. I won't deny I'd have preferred to meet under much more favorable circumstances. I feel a bit like I've been caught at the scene of a crime, which, although in my defense, if we're speaking of crimes, this one is twofold. Fedros's reckless experiments had to be stopped. The guild warned him repeatedly that he was crossing the line. Unfortunately, yes, the rules of our guild are clear. Crossing the established boundaries results in... It's not like he wasn't warned. He knew exactly what he was doing. Believe me, Taking measures like this brings me no joy. But we can't keep constant control over everyone. There are certain acts that simply cannot be forgiven. Fedros was a threat, not just to himself and the guild, but to... First, I need to finish cleaning up here and prepare Fedros for a I'll also secure the rest of his research and materials to ensure they don't fall. And then I'll have to write a report. Ugh, I hate paperwork. There are so many better ways to spend my time. And then we'll talk about... Now, shame our meeting had to be under these circumstances. Believe me, you seem all right, though. Charles's calm demeanor confirms that. Tell me, what made you... A noble goal, right? I feel the same way. And I'd like to believe that everyone in the guild thinks this. But anyway, what do you... Lately, situations like this have been happening far too, or they're coming up with utterly ridiculous ideas. To answer your question, unfortunately, yes, it was necessary. Crossing them results in a response from us. I'm trying to conduct field research, but the last few weeks have been exceptionally frustrating. I lack the necessary specimens, and I'm not exactly equipped to gather them myself. I'm skilled with a lancet, not a sword. I heard you're trustworthy. But first, a warning. The task I have for you is It involves extracting brain matter. But before you even get to that part, you'll need to risk your life to get close enough. I need brain centers from 3 creatures. A Nokalivi, a human infected with the Red Death. I've heard stories about peasants on farmlands near Kunacht. They were unlucky that the Menhirs... I'll reward you for each of the 3 brains. A bloody pulp is better suited as a snack for Charles. Each one ties into my field of study and interests. The Nukalivi is the result of the Red Priests. As for the afflicted humans, I suspect significant brain alterations occur during contact with the weirdness. The Red Priests have written studies, but I'd like to... It's hard to say. While many members aren't as open about... Until next...
Саме обідне, що нельзя нічого украсти. Ладно, пошли. Чекають монстри. Так. Куди полетів? Я хочу цю штуку повоювати. Де вона знаходиться?
No need for that, is there?
Лючик. Ладно. Так, два.
No need for that, is there?
Watch your backs. I'll get you back tenfold.
Надо було продати. Да, добре. І вмило, і намило, і розмило. Здоров. Ви вже відпразднували? Що не пише? Так ви ж празднуєте сьогодні, чи ні? Я думав, ви сьогодні цей? 100 грам п'єте? Ой, блядь, боляче, боляче. щось ви швидко, я думав, ви довше будете сидіти. Думав, ти сьогодні в дровішки будеш. Ти не писав? Спочатку.
Let's keep this calm, shall we?
А ти що? Думав сьогодні щось пострімить? Не надо.
No need for that, is there?
Something's not right. It is but a scratch.
Не монтируй. То, що вчора не знімав. Вчора последня каточка була хороша. Сейчас це все.
Welcome, sir.
Косолапий, блядь. Козёл. Просто ошибился. Эй.
Are you a friend or a foe? In the sacred mission, taking over the feeding and guarding the abyss, I've always known that one day my successor would appear. I will be the master, and you will be my apprentice. The abyss is a gate that separates us from all that's evil. The abyss must remain closed. The sacrifice is... Look, can you see anything? No? I guard the abyss. I hunt down lives I sacrifice to the abyss. If not for this sacred mission, Avalon would face unspeakable... This is my sacred mission. Life is a life. Sacrificing one person. Then you will become more fodder for the feeding. My mission is to ensure. Oh, would you really? It's not about fate. I respect your wisdom. The question remains, will... So, I hope your soul...
Дурак чи що? Нельзя? Можна вийти тепер? Ти мене козьол. Ах. От треба загружатися.
If the abyss, the abyss. Oh, it. Irish, the question remains. Guard it forever. Remain it caring alone. There, I leave you all. One day, farewell.
Такого я не питав.
If the oh it the the hot warfare.
идее, тут должно быть. А, о как. Боса ніякого.
though other animals. Regardless, thank you. The plague is known. I must admit, this is an important Poor soul. I only hope his conscience, since the weirdness began. Thank you. So, it seems we're almost done. But before we met, I made contact with Dal-Rіадців trappers who agreed to get me the brain of. Out of their group, only 2 survived. Let's just say they've been making some threats. I need you to go to the. We initially planned to meet in a location I could easily access, but after what happened to their folks, they've made some specific. Here's the location and the gold I promised them for the task. Don't try to negotiate. The amount. Once it's done, find me. I'll be nearby. How? Until.
Там. Стаття.
Another one? We've had enough Which ones do you want? Or the red priests knocking on every. We already had enough problems with. Aye, more of a. They say they're looking for people sick, and people still get taken by the plague. The Camelottians are saying our Mynheer is dying, and vipers, the lot of them. And now they want. They're saying all the folks here will have. My old man won't hear a. We've worked too hard. Ha! Well, like old norms would. They say it's all fair. Why? Huh. Maybe we may not have much. Until now.
Хотів здати квест, тоді взяв.
Come on. We can't sell Daisy. We're gonna need her.
What we're going to need is and she'll fetch a good price.
We still need to move somehow, don't we? She could pull the cart.
We have Clover for that. Look, I know how much this horse means to you, but I've already talked to Dinholm. He's willing to pay a lot of gold for her.
But what if we...
No, Gil. Enough. We're selling her, and that's that. If you're interested in buying a horse... Yeah, they're doing their job. For now. But let's not kid ourselves. We've got time to think. I've seen enough to notice staying means taking a gamble. If it gets worse, we'll have no... I just hope we'll have something worth bringing with us when that time... Sure are you? You will... Fine, you have it.
І коня купили.
I don't think you should be doing that. Please, take good care of Daisy. Trust me. I guess I've spent a lot of time with him. He'd say, Gil, you go to the stables and don't... I guess I must have been an annoying kid. I do. Pa had to borrow money from Grandpa to buy it, and he had to work so hard to prove that he deserved it. After Ian, and now we're supposed to just leave after everything. Take care of his...
Oh, hello there.
Sometimes it's good.
Hey there, traveler. Better not go much further tonight. Strange thing. Oh, it's quite... They're more than just ghost stories now. And miss all the action? No way. The folks here are stubborn, won't leave their lands. They need protection. And plus, I get to be on the... Sure thing. I've got fire arrows. I can part with some for a few coins. Hell.
Evening, travel. Well, fire arrows. These beasts hate fire even more than I. For a few coins, they're all yours.
І мішок.
Are you looking to buy the mill? It's seen better days, that's for sure. Even when my good-for-nothing father was alive. It needs work, but everything does if you want it to be worth something, right? Oh, my father owned the mill once. Then after he passed, as for me, I died as the miller's daughter for the terrible crime of being the miller's daughter. The truth is, I don't remember my name. It was stupid. You see, my father, the problem was, not a single word he said was ever true. And for some reason, that ridiculous rumor made its way to King Sagramore. He locked me in a cell full of straw and told me it had to be spun in... Well, what do you think happened? I sat in that cell, choking on the stench of rotting straw, and cried. By morning, my throat was dry as parchment and full of dust. But when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the tiny window, I remember shaking all the way to the block. But my last thought was of my father. I don't know. One moment, I was dead. It was like looking through a veil. Still, in this world, yet every beam and plank so familiar. He hanged himself, right there. I visited him, in dreams, and I overheard someone say it must have been the guilt of my death gnawing at him. He wouldn't have felt a shred of guilt if I hadn't reminded him. It was beautiful, actually. The fields shimmered, the whitewashed walls made the town glow. And the men here, I always liked our... It looks a bit frightening, but it always felt warm. It used to. Help? Why would I need help? I'm fine. Nothing hurts. I can watch the mice in the corner all day, and no one scolds me for lazing around. But it's kind of you to ask. People don't always care about the well... I'm not sure. Through the cracks in the walls, I watched the seasons change. The mill, the seasons... First of all, he wasn't a king. He just liked calling himself that. He was a small, jittery man. Yet, in that cell, he loomed so large over me. I wonder, did he too lose his head for... If you hear someone whispering from the mill, don't be...
Welcome to my... Whatever brings you here, just know the weirdness is coming. But now, the soldiers set up a checkpoint at the gate leading to the main road. I don't... Wherever you go, the thicker the weirdness gets. 3 Camelotian soldiers disappeared last, but I saw what was left of their gear. Twisted like paper, heavy steel bent like it. Well, you know, here, the weirdness doesn't. Good luck, traveler, until I'm not. Worried. I've lost my wife to the fever. Wellsby then me, so I hunted in those woods for, but the truth. Right.
My, what a fine lass you are. Were I a touch younger, I'd consider running away with... As you should be. I used to be quite the catch. I didn't make it easy for Reginald to win me over. It flattered me, that stubbornness. I should have listened to my mother when she told me a headstrong husband. One does nothing, the other wants everything done his way. But I thought I knew better. And now... Every marriage has its ups and downs, especially one that's lasted as long as ours. I had hoped for a little peace at the end of the road. But now they say, I know I don't have much time left, but there are better ways to die. It is hard. I'm not saying it's not. But we wouldn't be... We have a son in Burrow. He already wrote and said he'd take us in. But Reginald said no. Take care out there.
Who goes there? Whatever you've got to say, I'm... Good. Love? Nah, it's a shithole. All my life I've watched it turn into a dump. And it only got worse without Lord. But I gave everything I had to this land. We've had good years, sure. But we've also had weirdness. Just another storm to weather. And do what? Fart into a bench and mooch off my children. I'd rather die than become the kind of father. As long as I can lift a hoe, I'll work the fields. And if I can't do that anymore, no, I won't become a useless old man. And you've been through many droughts in your life. If you had, you just stand there and watch your crops die. And the fat years aren't much better until the weirdness can make work in the land. Mora's always been a worrywart. If anything goes awry, everything'll be fine. It always is, in the end. Reese and Ida are staying, and they know how to work around the weirdness better than anyone. Huh.
You need something?
Well, if you want. So they know not to just. Nothing. It's been a bit. Well, but it turned out we fed him to the pig as we all. Poor thing, eh? I see. You're with those Camelotians who want to... We've already told... And I ain't told...
Didn't expect to see you here.
Ну, кидай його, щоб.
Oh, hello again. You're full of energy.
Блять.
Need it. Ah! Huh. Maybe there was something to he always seemed so. It just goes to show you. Eggs, some veggies.
fear in your eyes.
Looking for shelter, traveler? You're welcome to join us, unless you're worried a big bad Dal-Rіадців might eat you for breakfast. A gift? Now, let's take... This is why I don't trust magic. The simplest stupid... Aye. Then again, maybe not. But you're not... I knew that place. The sea is not with you. As all men should. But his future's not his to worry about now. To start your path in our brotherhood, you'll need a talisman sung from Weedstone. We carry it from the moon. One that will allow me to see if Ugwe was right to send you my way. Here. Shoddy work would be an insult to both me and Darvan. Oh? I didn't know our stories had travelled so far. The Camelottians prefer to call us but I suppose a tale about creating a heart in the fires of a forge. So, that babe... Aye, that's the way of it. A heart given to those creatures is never... They drain every joy, every... I'm sorry your friend bears that burden. He used iron, didn't he? Iron's too brittle. Steel's no better. To forge a heart, you need metal that is alive. You need a metal that will... Wade steel, of course. It's an art fewer of us know with each passing day. Once we have the... Bring me theirs. Good. The rest is up to you. The art is just an empty... Life, of course. A heart must be... But we'll talk about that when you return. Well, there are two ways. Through... If you want to fill it up with the energies of things you kill, just hold it up when you... It will collect life, and at some point, will give you a sign that it's beating again. Come to me if you decide to fill it with your own energy. Either way, come back with... Of course. Remember, don't resist here.
What do you... What? Oh my... For this, I will need your help, my friend. Let's see if those stone walls... I suppose that's surprising how simple it is to look into someone's heart and tell... It's different. I guess more will become clear. The measure of my debt to you. I'll be going back to work. Visit me sometime.
is our Lord. If who knows, though.
Help us.
There's nothing. Go the truth.
Excellent. You do? So that's how it is. Though, we'll never really know if it wasn't desertion, will? Here's your gold. His wife will be devastated, and his child's now an... I'll await your return.
Have some food or coin. Anything helps.
I'll be damned. Next time I see Ugwe, I might even hold off. Sending you here was a rare gift from him. He knows how grateful I take the talisman to Darvan at the Ulfar tribe. He'll know I sent you. Even if Darvan sees your skill, you're still not Dal-Rida. We've never taken an outsider, and I doubt that'll change, but for what it's worth, I'd gladly call myself your... I like, may mother guide you.
All right, so.
Here, have some stew. If you're up for it. With cooking, you need taste buds and a basic sense of it's closer to alchemy, really. Cooking and baking are noble craft, but alchemy, and the forge, good thing to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in... Aye, I'm getting there. Why not try something similar? Maybe if we sprinkle the weirdness into food. But I need someone to gather a few... The icing. Perfect. Now, do you need anything else? Do you have them? Then why? All right.
Цвет. Пиши, может. Конечно, не можешь. Я нічого не робив. А само. Я просто бігаю, лутаю локацію. Не накручу. Сильно не накручу. По ідеї, це остання локація, і тут, наверное, часов 10 осталось до кінця ігри. А може й менше. Бля. Вийшов обратно.
Come here. Good to see you, stranger. A weird night hit, and I ran out of cobweb. I'm Kedron of the Volca tribe, by the way. And you just don't tell me you're a Camelosian spy. I'll fight you if I... We've got one of those all right. His famous, they say he gave it to our ancestors as a sign of gratitude. I say that's bullshit. The crown was used to command giants, and only Arthur could wear it. By giving it to us, he sent a message. Behave, or I'll a warning, not a gift. Don't, but since you're already here, and I need some time, and to answer the question you haven't asked yet, yes, there's something in it for you. Like not being... Oh, you could, but you wouldn't get far. I need you to find Gerfan and inform him of my situation. He's also the one who can grant you safe passage through our lands. Without it, the capital, you can't miss it. It looms over everything. Always watch. Used to be the place where all the tribes came together. Head for the sword on the horizon. You'll find your way. Nah, I'll be fine. Just make sure. Gerfan is the voice of... They say Mather herself blessed the runes of his fate. But I'll give him this. He still believes. The tribes are too busy. There's no future. Still. Sure.
Ой-ой-ой.
Until next.
Надо сохраниться. Косолапый, блядь. Косолапый больно. Козел. Цей товариш з будку натовченом. А, ні.
We have company. I'll make you pay for that. You're only making me angrier. How is that supposed to work?
Пиши. Точно туди йду. Яка велика ця локація. І хто? Ось ви хочете сказати, що ви не помираєте? Я це даже не зря сюди зайшов. І не захоронився. Там бос сидить.
met my son, the sunless serpent. He called himself a son of Gunvalder, but he left us by abandoning his tribe. He abandoned his true name. They call him a traitor, raised by myself. Curse me! A painful truth. If anyone ever speaks the name Frode aloud, this is what they'll what it is. Truth deserves to be known. The dead do not forget. Tell me, do you? Then let this ruin bear witness. One
Чо, а де? Ну... Чо, за просто так я йому дав тирки, чи що? Трендець. Так не хоже. Має бути подарок якийсь. Тут є... Нічого. Ну ладно.
Stop. Are you alive? I don't know. Last friend of mine left this cave. Could be more. Hard to tell the time in here. But there. But yeah, it's been a while. I'm the one asking questions. Though, looking at you now, I won't kid myself. I wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Name's Sylvius. What? God, and since the war's still on, and you don't look like a Riata, it's safe, more or less. You get used to the dark, at dusk before the weirdness creeps in. The war with Dal-Rіадців started with the Gunvilda a lot. But I heard Galahad and the Dal-Rіадців. I used to think they were savages. And I'm done helping with this. I wondered about that too. When the order came, the Dal-Rіадців, and they had a deal with King Arthur. They could rule their lands their way. I thought, when you don't know what it's about. So I figure those fine knights, because it's, well, since Camelot crushed the Gunvilda, a few lads and I never got the retreat order. They left without us. I made it because I was stubborn. The others, that's how I know the war is still going. What? No, they're so loud. Feels like the war, but the weirdness comes at night. Maybe it is the weirdness. I've heard it. I don't know what to think. Who knows? They left me. I've been alone ever since. Alone so many years. If I go back home, they'll think I'm a spy. But if I stay, I'll die here, alone. When you leave, you're right. I'll pack. Thank you for sure. I won't be needing it anymore. Before we part ways, his treasures weren't any use to me. Not in the state I've been living in. So I'm passing it on to you for talking with me.
Слабый козисим опять. косолапий козюл.
It's crawling with monsters out there, isn't it? I'm hiding here to get my strength back. They call me Runner because I'm a fast runner. If I were still with my tribe, I'd have introduced myself as Shabba, but Scarin the Skin Taker gave me that name. Not really. My greatest sin was none of the other tribes would take me in. They think my survival goes against everything the Dal-Rīta Can you believe that? As if surviving is beneath the Dal-Rīta. Who needs us dead? So I joined Scarin the Skin Taker's band. We were like a family until Scarin decided. He's the top dog around here. After I joined him, he called me Runner. Said it was for Alf. He's one mean son of a bitch. At first, it seemed like we all shared the same idea. Uniting the Del... He sees conspiracies everywhere. Trusts no one. Stuff like that. I think the power... Out of here. Anywhere. I've got just one. But I need a lot more strength before I finish my mission. And all these monsters... I want to get rid of Scarin the Skin Taker. What if he succeeds? The way he is now, he'd have us attacking our own. One eye's off to his war, and word is that Gurfhan wants to call the moot and go to war with Camelot. Or with one eye for going after Camelot. Either way, it ends with us spilling more of our own blood. But if... And I was thinking, if you're... You see, if Scarin were to be killed by someone outside the Dal-Rīta, not only would he... My nameless brothers will see the truth. Someone wiser will take his place, and we'll live in peace. Exiled, maybe. Great! That's what I like to hear. Bring me his head, and I'll share what I took when I... You won't be disappointed. Don't you? Halt! You don't even know where you're trying to barge in. You're either... This is the village of the Volker tribe, and we don't need your kind wandering around. Because I say... Compliments. Then pass through.
Така душна локація.
Another human walking toward your blood reeks of what brought you here. You're looking for the sanctum, as if it could save you from what. I am nothing but a brief stop before. Your soul is tainted. If you want to break free from your pathetic your life is meaningless, nearly. Then my vigil in this frozen realm would... Good.
Ще один безполезний рицарь. Бля, не може бути добрались.
I sensed your approach. I, Gurfan of the Gunvaldir tribe. Ah, so you're still speaking with your own voice. Good. At least I won't have to bother with that formal drivel Camelot loves so much. Tell me, how does it work with the two of you? Does the king speak through you sometime? Will he ever come out and talk to me face to face? Or does he just sit there quietly, never... Either way, I've got a few things to say to him. Ah, so he won't be speaking. Still too weak, is... Well, then give my regards to the old man. Tell him the Gunveldir tribe, the same can't be said of the Camelocians. A pack of cowardly... I hope Arthur's squirming in your head, seeing what his beloved capital has been up to. Normal ones, honorable. He entrusted us with the forlorn swords and his crown, the one he used to command giants. In return, Camelot was supposed to leave us alone, now and forever. But the Camelocians didn't hold up their end of the deal. Can you hear me, Arthur? The treaty is rubbish. I'm rallying the tribes, and we're marching on Camelot. Except ourselves, damn it. Why? He's barely gotten his life back, and not even all of it. Does he have a... There's a passage, sure. And if you're Arthur, it will... Go ahead, if you think you're strong enough. Nobody's gonna... But let me warn you, it's not going to be an easy... Well, the giants are asleep, at least on the surface. But below, what if they wake up when they see Arthur? I doubt they'll be happy. And if the giants weren't enough, there are still the monsters. If I were you, I wouldn't go in there. At least, not until you're sure, or without the blessing of the tribes. As agreed 600 years ago. You'd know that if you remembered our agreements. Yes, the funny thing about our king, as you may already know, was that he was pretty sure of himself. He knew he could march in there, grab his crown whenever he wanted, so he didn't sweat when he made a deal with our ancestors. He said he'd come back for his royal hat, only if the kingdom was in a dire situation, and if all traditionally this was meant to be done during a moot, an assembly of the tribe, and I'm calling one, so we can help each other out, if you're up for. They won't. Our tribes aren't exactly known for getting along and gathering them all in one place at the same. But now they've left Gunveldir in its time of need, and they're ashamed. That's why you have to shame them even more, so that they have no choice but to come here or risk it. And if they say they won't come because, then you'll deal with a because, right? After all, you're the king, aren't you? Well, I need the chieftains to come here because we have to agree on a united front if we're going to fight Camelot. And I want to make damn sure that we fight Camelot not as a solitary tribe, like hot-headed One-Eye once, but as a united force. But I'm worried that something might be keeping them from leaving their villages. I'd like you to look into it. Exactly. There's only one sane course of action, but I'll be waiting. I'm not going anywhere. As a Gunveldir, I've got... So, looks like fate itself decided to push you my way. But Kedron, that's grim news. He may be blunt as a broken axe, but he's low. If he sent a non-Rida in his place, then he knew he was dying, and he chose duty over pride. I won't let that go to waste. Truth is, I'd sent him to do the very same task I've just laid before you. Gather the tribes. Call... Yes? Who? As of now, 4. The Volker, the Svein, the Ulfra. The Volker were our berserkers. Now, the Svein are hunters and guardians of forest devilry. The Ulfra are warriors, the best of us. Or they were. They've got no word from their chieftain. Mages. Clever, but strange. Their power is real, but they see the world differently. Useful in a fight, but don't expect to understand them. Still, strength is strength. Each tribe carries a part of our legacy. King Arthur. His presence clings to you like a shadow, unmistakable to your words, your actions. They carry the weight of him. The Gunvelder haven't forgotten, but don't mistake my recognition for trust. If
When I gave the forlorn swords to the tribes of the Dal-Rita, there was nothing of substance here. A few abandoned giant caves, the occasional lone pillar, nothing more. What stands now must have arisen after my time. And I must admit, I'm impressed with how they've made it their own. Their resilience. War never makes sense. It is a tool for survival. Had I refused to wage war against the Fordwellers, so if Gurfhanna declares war on Camelot, Avalon will once again. But don't ask me what I think of it. Through your eyes, I.
Чисто попробовать. Можно?
This is the entrance to the... Wouldn't it be wiser to draw on the wisdom of the local tribes before we... We must be strong and worthy to walk this path. One can never have too much... Let's... It's... This... Wouldn't it...
Чисто попробовать. принципі, я можу кожного бити. Одну секундочку. Прикол. серйозно.
I am his burden, the man beneath the myth. I am the face that time forgot, the name that...
First, you used these people to win yourself a kingdom, and now you herded them here under threat of being stomped to death by giants if they leave or disobey. After all that they've gone through, all that they've done, all that they've suffered, this is how you intend to repay them?
No kingdom will stand with people like them within its borders. They would have to change their ways. The Del-Rita are not ready for this. You know this.
You did worse than all of them combined, and you are the one responsible for all they've done so far. They fought for your name and under your banners. Does this mean you're not fit to be a king? Not ready to have a kingdom?
I left the heritage of Pendragon behind me. I severed the ties between myself and my tribe. I lost all that tied me to the past when I became king. I set a new path for myself. They are not ready to do that.
Bullshit! You forced them to go against their sacred traditions. You destroyed their identities. They betrayed their comrades because you ordered them to. They kidnapped the children of the giants because you told them to do it. Everything they did was so that you could win this war. And now what? You're going to punish them for being your best, fiercest soldiers, most loyal of your men?
This is not...
So stop with your excuses already. You broke them, and now you're abandoning them to starve or freeze to death in these damned lands.
This kingdom needs to be built on peace, Caradoc. Letting them live among merchants, lords, and ladies in Camelot or Timberwall. How would that go?
Exactly as anyone would expect it to go.
So we would end up with a civil war. Right after we won the war that almost annihilated us all.
Oh, damn you. I've had enough. I stood by you through everything. Even what you did to me. To Seawall. I let it all slide. I told myself it was for something. For a noble cause. But this is where I draw the line. I renounce my oaths, and I'm walking away. Put a blade in my back if that helps you sleep. I don't care. Not anymore.
Now I remember it all. I left the best of my people here. I betrayed their loyalty. And for what? Everything is in ruin. Everything I struggled to build is corrupted. This land, it had a glorious past, but it has no future. There is no way to save it. I know. I see it now. And it was my decision that cost them the ability to grow and change. I may have been right about the diagnosis. Now I see I could have been wrong about the cure. The tribes helped us win the war. They were fearless and followed every order. They were the most loyal of all. But I left them broken. And after the war, their bloodlust was insatiable. I had to do something. This felt like the only choice. The giants sided with our enemy. We had to find a way to remove them from the equation. So, under cover of night, the tribes stole their children. I told the giants their offspring were our hostages, and that we would slaughter them if they refused to bend the knee. One of the most humiliating moments of that whole war, both for me and for the Dal-Rīta. Caradoc had the clearest eyes of any of us. He saw things for what they were, and I think I destroyed that. Destroyed him with all I did. I turned him into this. And now he's only a shadow of the man I once knew. He used to carry hope. Now all he carries is vengeance. I come from the Pendragon bloodline, a heritage drenched in as much blood as that of the Dal-Rīta. A heritage that pillaged and fought in the homelands for longer than anyone can remember, and unable to build anything that withstood the test of time. I decided to leave it behind me when we won the war against the Four-Dwellers, and built our kingdom on Avalon on stronger foundations. Now we've seen that my bloodline must have been cursed. There's nothing left. Nothing worth saving. Nothing worth rebuilding. I gave everything I had to this land. My blood, my soul, my name, and the land devoured it all. I betrayed the ones who believed in me. I cut down the men who fought for me. I turned away from my own blood to build something better. And all I built was another ruin. I thought I was forging a future. I was just extending the fall. Do what you want. There's nothing about this land that I recognize anymore. All I've ever done got turned into dust, corrupted against my intentions, destroyed. Why bother? Turned away from my own.
Отак от сумненько виходить.
Once and future king, you return. Speak your will through the mortal you now inhabit. Is it time for us to awaken? We have waited for this moment for ages.
We shall return to the home of our ancestors. We are grateful for this decision. Your will shall be done.
So, you finally made it. Took you long enough. I hope you're ready, because this is it. This is the Charred Conclave, a graveyard for druids, burned alive as scapegoats for the Red Death. It's a reminder of... They spoke out. They should have stayed silent, kept their herbs and potions. They believed their ancient knowledge, ugly and painful truths from times long past, could save Avalon from the plague. And maybe they were right. But people don't want the truth when it's covered in blood. Well, the Red Church and their politicians made sure of that. The Druids became a convenient enemy, a way to shift the blame and tighten their grip on power. It's always so... simple. Well, death doesn't always mean an ending. It was a sacrifice so costly, so cruel, so pointless, that it taught... And so you're the closest you'll ever come to seeing the true shape of this world. Cruel rituals, sacrifices. They called it wisdom, knowledge gleaned from the weirdness itself. But to the people, everything they did was unnatural. The Druids believed their results would justify the costs. They thought Avalon would see them as saviors. But the people didn't understand, and fear turned to greet you. I was once where you are now, a knight with questions, and here I found my answers. Well, first, you're going to meet my former employer. We don't see eye to eye anymore, but we both realize that our collaboration... He'll try to sugarcoat the hard truths I've been telling you from the beginning, spin them differently. Why waste time here talking about it when you're just a step from the end? Just remember, once you step through, there's no going back. But if you've come this far, I suppose you already knew that. Go on.
At last we meet. I've heard much about you, your choices, your determination. Caradoc isn't easily impressed, but few dare to seek the truth buried in Avalon's shadows. Fewer still make it this far. I was the first. Caradoc followed when my brethren burned and the tear opened. And now, here you are, a truly rare and joyful occasion. Oh, forgive my lack of manners. I am Orin, the last apprentice of Merlin, and the last archdruid of Avalon. I've carried the weight of this land's secrets longer than I care to admit. But names mean little. What matters is the task before us. What lingers here, it's older than Avalon, older than anything we know. What you see is the beginning of weirdness itself. Oh, precisely the opposite of what Caradoc wants. I want you to help me resurrect King... Ridiculous, I know. But yes, that's what it boils down to. At some point, we stop seeing eye to eye, and ultimately, though, both our paths led. Yes. By the end of his life, Arthur became obsessed with his legacy. He left mementos, artifacts that embodied the virtues he wanted Avalon to preserve. But Merlin and the others didn't believe that would be enough. The memory of war and the so they acted. When the king died, His soul wasn't allowed to move on. It was shattered, bound to those... A clever solution, but ultimately flawed. They feared losing what Arthur represented more than losing Arthur himself. They thought the king's essence would endure. You can't pick and choose with a soul, but that's exactly what Merlin did. He focused on 3 parts of Arthur. He left out 2 pieces. One, tainted by the Four Dwellers' magic, was deemed too dangerous. The other was his humanity. Merlin thought compassion and doubt were weaknesses, unfit for a king. Without them, Arthur became hollow. A king with power, but no heart. That way, Avalon's greatest failure. I tried. And I found his humanity. It's here, bound, kept safe. But the Four Dwellers' aspects was left to drift. Finding it needed more than magic. It needed some... The horrors you endured on that island gave you something no one else has. You can move through the weirdness, touch it, and return whole. That's why you found the king's soul, bound it to yourself and came back. You flatter me. No, I couldn't have predicted all of that. I merely nudged the Red Church in the right direction and asked Caradoc. I can see you're still doubting me. I want to bring back our king, whole and complete. I want him to lead. It won't. This time, Arthur will be whole. A king must be more than power. Because I've seen what happens without him. Weirdness preys on the weak, and the people are too divided to stand against it alone. Ever they're left without him, without guidance, chaos takes hold. Division festers. You've seen it during your journeys. If things continue this way, Avalon will tear itself apart long before weirdness finishes the job. They will follow him. That's what people do. When weirdness comes to their doorstep, help me bring the king back, whole and complete. Now you need to go further. I made my case. This is the only way.
I was there when it all began, when Arthur first set foot on Avalon. I was a knight in his army. We believed in him, in his dream, in his kingdom. And for a while, it was... Every battle felt like a step closer to peace. But then came the cost. The war crimes, the impossible decisions, the massacres. We turned from knights into butchers. All because his dream demanded it of us. At first I told myself it was necessary, that it was the price of building something great. That's when Arthur wasn't a god, a savior, or a king, and no man should have the power to demand such sacrifices. But do you understand why I wanted I'd like to believe that after 600 years I've moved past pettiness. You need to understand that people thought, and still think, that he was more, but he wasn't. He made mistakes, just like any man. And I've seen what happens when people cling to kings and myths. They wait, they follow, They waste their lives on promises that never meant anything. But that's not my problem. I'm not here to fix Avalon or to free anyone. What comes after doesn't matter. Let it all burn. Let it rot. Let it rebuild. I won't be here to see it. Then let it. If this world can't stand without a dead king propping it up, maybe it deserves... Call it chaos, call it freedom, I don't care. Let them rise, let them fall. I just want to watch it all come down, to see the last lie collapse. What comes after? That's for the ones still... Let them stand, let them fall. It's not my concern. If the weirdness takes them, at least it won't be another king's failure. Another... Arthur's the only myth that still holds weight. And when he's gone, the rest, a puppet king, another empty throne, none of it will... Maybe they'll keep pretending for a while. Maybe they... I've lived longer than any man should. Seen more than anyone should ever bear. And I've waited centuries for this. Arthur isn't Avalon's hope. He's its curse. He's the chain that keeps it bound to the past, dragging it down no matter how... We were fools to tamper with forces we didn't understand. Resurrecting Arthur, infusing him with powers of the weirdness. We didn't just bend the natural law. Such violations of nature's order cannot go unanswered. The bill comes due. This cannot be... Listen, it's taken longer than I ever imagined. But now, here we are. You've done what... You've brought Arthur's soul back together. Almost complete, but not quite. So, thank you. You're close now. Just one more step. The last fragment of Arthur's soul is waiting for you. And then... we'll meet... Go. Find the last piece, and let's end this.
You've come. The one who carries what's left, please. Don't come any closer. Don't force me to just... Because I've had enough. Enough of being torn apart and stitched back together. Do you know what it is like to be a king of nothing? To see the people you swore to protect suffer. I've seen towns burnt to the ground, families destroyed, all because someone thought it would serve. I've been dragged through every dream, every lie they've built around me, and I'm tired. Tired of the way, and most of all, I want release. I want to kill me. Destroy the last piece of me and use the energy however you wish. Take it yourself, just don't. Orin wants a king, not me. He doesn't see the broken man behind the myth. He sees, but symbols aren't people. They're empty.
And the more they're used, the more they hollow out the one who carries them. That's all I've ever been to Orin and the Druids. Do you know what it's like to be a weapon? To be forged, sharpened? He thinks ending me will free Avalon. But what then? Without an idea, a light to guide them, they'll stumble. People always seek something to follow. Something, take that away, and they'll tear each other apart trying to find it. Or worse, build something even crueler in its place. Let me die. Not as Arthur, not as the king. I don't care. Do you know how freeing that is, to finally not care what happens next? Whether to not feel the burden of all my failures, to not see my memory tarnished, my plans, goals, and ambitions dragged through the mud. Another way? There's always another way, isn't there? Another cycle, another but please, not for me. Not anymore. Isn't that what you've been doing all along? Carrying what's left of him? You've already taken up the humanity I was meant to represent. Doesn't that prove Arthur doesn't need me anymore? Do what you think is right. That's all I can tell you, because whatever you decide, it will finally... And that's the only thing I've ever wanted. You hold the choice. I don't care who you side with, Orin, Caradoc, or no one at all. I don't even want to know. Just let me go. Let me die.
Жило. Чем дальше, тем тяжче выбор.
Help me bring the king back, whole and complete. Now you need to go further. I made my case. This is the only way.
Go on. Oh, hello there. Let me go.
You carried a dying king across the bones of a dying world. Now you stand before what started it all. An idea. I am the reason there must be an ending. I do not guide. I do not judge. I exist so that something can be chosen. I do not offer meaning. I require that one be made. You have brought all things to their conclusion. Now, decide what must remain. Choose, and let the shape of the world follow. You will be seen. You will be followed. You will be blamed. You will break the frame, and what follows will not remember you. You will vanish into the story you chose to restore. You will shape the world to become its witness. then the idea shall be claimed, its shape worn, its burden made yours.
Оставим душу собі.
But first, you have to bring silence to what refuses to be forgotten.
If this is what you want, then take it, my friend. But promise me you will learn from my mistakes.
No, I won't let this happen. Not again.
You think any other human could wield this power? I endured 600 years. I made the sacrifice, and now you think you can take it from me? No. I will reforge Avalon.
Ахуй. Серйозно.
So, I just want to go.
It's but you kill me. Be clever. Help. I'm there.
I was with, but we on. You must what? Maybe that I don't. We recite that you and
he could do let's do he peeped kitchen that but do I just Oh, hello there. Let me.
You carry now. You I do you now. You.
If this
Youth are often are.
You took Arthur's power for yourself. Whatever drove you, need, ambition, or will alone, the strength of a king was now yours to command. Maybe you weren't ready. Maybe nobody ever is. But you decided to try. It's a heavy thing, trying to do right where others have failed. Still, you stepped forward, carrying the soul and every choice that brought you here. You ruled not as Arthur reborn, but as yourself, flawed, resolute, untested. Avalon changed beneath your hand, and history will decide what that truly meant. The men here stayed in Kunacht, but Yvain failed to rally the minds and hearts needed for his Grail quest. With no clear leaders and rising tension, both Kunacht and Camelot grew fragile, drifting toward division, with no one left to hold the line. You awakened the giants, only to command their end, leaving no power behind for either side to claim. Without their strength, the balance held, but the divide between Camelot and the Dal-Rita remained, wide, bitter, and far from settled. Fedros remained captain of the Horns of the South. Under his leadership, the Horns honored their old traditions and returned under Camelot's banner, securing order along the southern frontier. Nymph left Kunacht with Yvain, and her fate remained unknown. Yet among the people she once served, tales of her devotion and courage endured, and her name was remembered with respect. Maggot left Kunacht alongside Yvain, surprising many who had long considered him harmless and weak. His fate remained unknown, but in time, the people spoke proudly of the last druid, claiming him as one of their own. Urfir stayed with the people of Kunacht, choosing to share their uncertain future. As trust in Anselm faded, the community became divided, with many calling for Urfir to take Yvain's place. You accepted the mycelium's offer and let the spores consume Sagramor's body. Now the kingdom lies under fungal control, its people connected, obedient, and slowly fading into the roots that feed the spores. Killian served as quartermaster of the Horns of the South, until one night his thirst for blood drove him to murder a fellow keeper. He was caught in the act and brought to a swift end.
Хороша гра. Всім рекомендую. На цьому ми закінчимо. Наше є DLC, яке треба буде пройти. Ну це вже на наступному стріму. Дякую всім за перегляд. Підписуйтесь, прожимайте дзвіночок. Ставте вподобайки. Доброї ночі. Або коли ви там дивитесь, гарного дня. До зустрічі.